Yeah, I can believe that. Come on, y'all. We need to stop. We need to fucking stop. We need to stop. Whoa, I was right there. Right there. It is. Oh, it wasn't clear? Fuck. My bad. Damn. Alright, bet. What the fuck is 2K? God. Bro, they trying to have a whole little nigga fucking contest me, bro. Stop playing. Nigga's too small. Yep. Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot. Big shot. That boy shooting better without that meter. Hey, I think that meter whole time, bro, bro, it's just in your way whole time, bro. Cause when you shoot, you so focused when that meter come up to make sure it go to the top. Versus when you shoot, you ain't got nothing in your sight, but your person and what you need to look for, which is once it hits your fucking forehead, you release it. Uh huh. You get that boost. Get that boost. Okay, we streaking, my dude. We streaking. Little 1 game streak, a 2 game streak right now. Let's go, me and my boy Demi. Let's go. Who pulling up? Who's next? Facts. Who's next? Oh, buddy, trying to pull up. Yeah. Let's get the court on fire. Trying to make the court hit fire, Demi. 6 games, technically. We on 2 games, so 4 more games, our shit'll light up. We win 4 more straight. Let's set them up. Okay. Facts. Oh, you did? Fortnite lit, boy. I ain't gonna lie. Fortnite lit. We can get this game in the back of us. You want to? All right, come on. Uh-huh. Oh, this shit's sad. Trying to play a few more games before I hop off. Yeah, you been greening them. I ain't gonna lie, you been greening them bitches, bro. What you look like? It ain't even a shot meet up there. Like, what you looking for, bro? Like, you definitely didn't green the past 6 shots in like 2 games. Like, what you releasing it when it gets to his forehead or something? Right. Let's go to it's, they starting that. They some I can't stand these niggas, man. Let's go over here where it say need three. Need three. I guess, bro. I ain't did shit. You ain't did shit. But play basketball. They niggas lame. Bitch ass niggas. I ain't did shit but play the game. They bitch. Uh-huh. I told you I was playing rec the what name this morning. I had A plus. Yeah, I had A plus games. Yeah, I'm trying, bro. Niggas a 70, dog. We bet not fucking lose. Man, pass me the ball. This nigga is small two in the paint. Nigga weak. I wasn't there. Okay. Alright. I'm sad. I'm sagging. I'm sagging. Nah, he can't shoot. That was lucky. Bro, he cannot be dunking on both of us like that. That shit supposed to. Man, they better get all 8 points. Because when we get the ball, they ain't scoring no more. Oh, it's over with. It's over with. It's over with. Man, they done fucked up. Pass that bitch. Ooh, 2K. Make it. That shot. Slightly early. Yeah. That's better than early or slightly or late. Bro, I'm right there, bro. I'm right there. I'm right there. Yeah, it is. Let's play one more. We can. Yeah, they really ain't shit, bro. We finna switch. Yeah, they blew us. Yeah, they blew us out. Yep. That's because I started booing their ass. Yeah, we switch on the first little what's the name? Soon as they come by each other. Switch. That probably was luck, bro. For a 70. Yeah, 70, he probably ain't got all his badges, but he probably got his 3 all the way up. Yeah. I switch. I switch. Soon as you get a ball to him, switch. I'm open. Trust me, switch. I see you. That shit was super fluky. Shot. Shot. Switch. It's cool. Switch off rip. Switch off rip. Literally, you go to my dude, and I'm gonna come to your dude. Run back to my dude. There you go. Right back. Okay. Slightly early. Hey, we up. We just got to play defense to get the ball back and get to that finish line for them. Let's get it. All right, I got him. He missed. What? Switch. I'm gonna fall back. You come up. Switch. How the fuck? Alright, I don't know how you did that, but switch again. Let me get this little fucking money. Alright, take over time. Let me see it. That shot. Oh, I already know you got it. There we go. I got you. I got him. I got him. Hold on. Don't switch yet. Don't switch yet. Don't switch yet. Let them come by each other. Then switch. All right. Switch. 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 Oh, I'm gonna hop off for a minute. That's bullshit. I ain't done for the day. I'm just gonna hop off for a minute. I, I, bro. You too, bro.
Online training for in-demand jobs and achieve what matters to you. It starts with a Google Career Certificate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a brand new 2K23 video. And in this video, I'll be showing you guys exactly how to be effective when you're playing perimeter defense. As you can see in this video, I'm controlling Kawhi Leonard, which is one of the top defenders in the league. and I'll be showing you guys how to be basically a lockdown defender. So a misconception is when you're playing defense, you can't take away everything from the offensive player. What this means is you either have to give up the 3 or you have to give up the drive. So if I'm playing up on the player, he's going to get the drive every time. As you can see, he's getting the drive, boom. And if I'm playing back, if he's playing back too much, and you're able to just shoot, and it's a green every time. So you have to be committed to decide what you're going to take away. Are you going to give up the 3 and play back all the way? Can the player shoot, or are you going to be playing up on the player? So as you can see on your screen, there are 3 buttons or 3 control systems that you need to know about. And I'm also going to be showing you guys my defensive settings for playing in the park. So on your controller, the 3 buttons that you should be using when you're playing defense is going to be your L2 or your left trigger, R2 or your right trigger, and your left stick. So this is how your player moves without holding any triggers. This is just me going left to right. And let's see what happens when he tries to drive right. As you can see, we get a little body up animation. Now this is how your player moves, holding only left trigger. And moving left to right. And when playing defense, if he tries to go right and I'm holding right, I'm too slow, because 2K is a animations driven game, so you want to play in a way in which the game gives you the right animation. Now, for holding left trigger and right trigger, as you can see, that he's sprinting across the court now. Now, if he tries to drive right and I'm holding both, now I'm able to get there faster. However, he's still able to blow by me. Now he's trying to go, and with this method, you have to basically guess the direction that he's going, because once your player starts to move that fast or you get thrown off, it's going to be harder to recover. So let's say he fakes me out and he's going one direction, and I choose wrong, I'm still able to try and recover, but he's able to still get the bucket, unfortunately. So, in order to fix this, I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how. And I'll be showing you guys in-game examples of how I'm able to stop this. So, when you're using your left stick, let's say he's about to drive to the right. What you want to do is you want to hold your left stick up into the right diagonal corner. This is going to give you this animation here, where you're sliding not left and right, but you're sliding like this. You're cutting off the lane. So now if he tries to drive to the right side and I'm here and I'm cutting off the lane, now I'm there before him. Even though he made it, let's ignore that. We're just gonna go back on defense real quick. So now he's going to the right. We're here before him, and now we get the favorable defense. But he still makes it. Wow, this is not a good example here, but let's go back on defense. Now we're here and we're holding both triggers. He's going there, he's sprinting, and now there you go. There you get the stop. We're just gonna shoot it. Go back on defense. Another mistake that a lot of people make is they try to reach, but I would advise you to not reach at all, because like I said, 2K is an animations driven game, and what's gonna happen is if you reach, he's just gonna blow by you, and there's nothing you can do. It's either you're gonna get a foul or he's gonna blow by you if you're playing against a really good player. So this is what happens when you reach. Boom, you reach. Now I can't recover. I'm too slow to recover. We're back on defense. So what you want to do is you just want to put your body where you think he's gonna go. So let's see. And most players on 2K, they dribble in one direction, you know. Now we just hands up, put your body where you think he's gonna be, and cut him off. All right, let's go. And now I'm just gonna be playing defense on him, just to show you guys exactly what I mean. That's a tough shot. There's nothing you can do about that. There is absolutely nothing. So, in order to recap this video, I just want to just let you guys go over what we spoke about here. You want to be holding left trigger and right trigger when playing defense. And also, just sliding left and right is not going to be effective enough when playing defense. Yeah? So, if you guys enjoyed this video, I'm going to be having some gameplay of me playing defense. Like I said, I have the defensive settings for you guys. just for you to be effective out there in the park. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and a comment down below. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next video. Living with schizophrenia, people wonder if I'm able to have a social life. I think I can't hang out with my friends, but I can. I do with my friends often. I feel good about treatment goals. Talk to your doctor about schizophrenia treatment options. I love HoneyBook. It handles everything from proposals, contracts, payments, everything I need on one platform. So let's start from the top. I'm Latasha James, content creator, online educator, and freelance digital marketing strategist. My best piece of advice for any independent business is focus on your passion. This will help overcome the obstacles, even the day-to-day tasks it takes to run it. HoneyBook helps me be in control of my business and focus on the passion that made me start it in the first place. Start your free trial at honeybook.com. I'm gonna go out on a limb, partner. I got a sneaky suspicion Rollins gonna get the ball. Leonard. Hamburger. By Reddit. Rebound by Latasha. He has been unbelievable. Off the bench. Literally. You don't need the foul if you're Philly. Timeout. Philadelphia. And right now, if you're Philly, this is the most important 8 seconds of your season. You have got to force a miss or a turnover and make sure you secure the defensive backboard. They're showing it down below already. Siakam, Leonard. With beautiful. Out of bounds, it'll be Philadelphia's ball. They're showing held Harris, no call. They did the job defensively there, did the Sixers to get Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a brand new 2K23 video. And in this video, I'll be showing you guys exactly how to be effective when you're playing perimeter defense. As you can see in this video, I'm controlling Kawhi Leonard, which is one of the top defenders in the league. I'll be showing you guys how to be basically a lockdown defender. So, a misconception is when you're playing defense, you can't take away everything from the offensive player. What this means is you either have to give up the three or you have to give up the drive. So if I'm playing up on the player, he's gonna get the drive every time. As you can see, he's getting the drive, boom. And if I'm playing back, if he's playing back too much, and you're able to just shoot, and it's a green every time. So you have to be committed to decide what you're gonna take away. Are you gonna give up the three and play back all the way? Can the player shoot, or are you going to be playing up on the player? So as you can see on your screen, there are three buttons or three control systems that you need to know about. And I'm also going to be showing you guys my defensive settings for playing in the park. So on your controller, the three buttons that you should be using when you're playing defense is going to be your L2 or your left trigger, R2 or your right trigger, and your left stick. So this is how your player moves without holding any triggers. This is just me going left to right. And let's see what happens when he tries to drive right. As you can see, you get a little body up animation. Now this is how your player moves, holding only left trigger. And moving left to right. And when playing defense, if he tries to go right and I'm holding right, I'm too slow because 2K is a animations driven game, so you want to play in a way in which the game gives you the right animation. Now, for holding left trigger and right trigger, as you can see, he's sprinting across the court now. Now, if he tries to drive right and I'm holding both, now I'm able to get there faster. However, he's still able to blow by me. Now he's trying to go, and with this method, you have to basically guess the direction that he's going, because once your player starts to move that fast or you get thrown off, it's going to be harder to recover. So let's say he fakes me out and he's going one direction, and I choose wrong, I'm still able to try and recover, but he's able to still get the bucket, unfortunately. So, in order to fix this, I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how. And I'll be showing you guys in-game examples of how I'm able to stop this. So, when you're using your left stick, let's say he's about to drive to the right. What you want to do is you want to hold your left stick up into the right diagonal corner. This is going to give you this animation here, where you're sliding not left and right, but now you're sliding like this. You're cutting off the lane. So now if he tries to drive to the right side and I'm here, and I'm cutting off the lane, now I'm there before him. Even though he made it, let's ignore that. We're just gonna go back on defense real quick. So now he's going to the right, we're here before him. And now we get the favorable defense. But he still makes it. So, wow. This is not a good example here, but let's go back on defense. Now we're here and we're holding both triggers. He's going there, he's sprinting, and now there you go. There you get the stop. We're just gonna shoot it. Go back on defense. Another mistake that a lot of people make is they try to reach, but I would advise you to not reach at all, because like I said, 2K is an animations driven game, and what's gonna happen is if you reach, he's just gonna blow by you, and there's nothing you can do. It's either you're gonna get a foul or he's gonna blow by you if you're playing against a really good player. So this is what happens when you reach. Boom, you reach. Now I can't recover. I'm too slow to recover. Now we're back on defense. So what you want to do is you just want to put your body where you think he's gonna go. So let's see. And most players on 2K, they dribble in one direction, you know. And now we just hands up, put your body where you think he's gonna be, and cut him off. All right, let's go. And now I'm just gonna be playing defense on him. Just When you get deep into the playoffs of these comp prom leagues, and there's thousands. As Gordon Gunn famously said 20 years ago, you know, once you not been on the dope hole, man. Because I ain't got no key, man. Alexander Walker. Should continue. Already. What's up, guys? My name is Ryan, and I just returned. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming inner springs for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort. For a limited time, save up to $800 on select Stearns & Foster adjustable mattress sets. We'll take you guys swimming, but we don't have our swimsuits. Save on top brand swimwear at Sierra. I also have concerns about the hygiene level of the pool. It's really so at Sierra. Thank you. Let's get moving. What's up, guys? My name is Ryan, and I just returned from an adventure of a lifetime exploring the incredible country of Tanzania, and I want to share with you my favorite places and experiences. So here's my Tanzania top 10. Located in East Africa near the equator, Tanzania is one of the best countries to visit in all Africa. From going on some of the world's best safaris to the tallest freestanding mountain in the world, Tanzania has so much to offer. Me and my buddy Ellis Van Jason spent 2 weeks exploring the wonders of Tanzania, and I can't wait to share this video with you. Now, to get to Tanzania, we flew to Kilimanjaro's airport and got picked up by our guides Eddie and Fahad with safari goats and started our Tanzania adventure. The first place we went was Lake Natron. Now, to get here, it was a long 5-hour drive on dirt roads with incredible landscapes. We saw giraffes, zebras, and wildebeest on the way there. When we arrived at Lake Natron, we paid a fee to the local tribe to enter the area, and then we headed to our lodge where we stayed in these tents in the bush. After we settled in, we headed down to the lake, and I was just absolutely blown away by the scenery here. Now, Lake Natron is known worldwide for being home to one of the largest flamingo populations. It's a salt lake and has been called the deadliest lake on Earth, mainly because not a lot of animals can survive in these salty waters, but the flamingos flourish as they are protected from most predators and feed on the algae in the water. It was just the most epic place, with the flamingos flying and the surrounding scenery. At the end of the day, I experienced one of the best sunsets of my life. The clouds turned into this cotton candy color, and I got this insane shot of the wildebeest just walking around. I mean, this place is truly amazing. After Lake Natron, we decided we wanted to summit the volcano called Oldonyo Lengai. With a height just under 3,000 meters, it's known as the Mountain of God by the local tribes, and after climbing it, I totally get why it has that name. To begin the hike, we started at midnight. I honestly didn't know what I was getting myself into, but it ended up being one of the hardest hikes in my life. The climb was literally straight up the side of the volcano, and I was crawling on my hands and knees towards the end, because it was so steep. But right around 6 a.m., we made it to the top, and the sun started to climb over the horizon, and I just couldn't believe my eyes. I was standing on the volcano's rim, and the crater was absolutely huge. It had this black, bubbling lava inside, and it's said to be some of the coldest lava in the world. Now, not only was this crater amazing, but I was just blown away by the surrounding views. I could see the landscape extend forever as it was being kissed by the golden light of the sun. It's a view I'll never forget. The volcano was just so loud, you could hear the earth groan, and it sounded like a thunderstorm. After resting for about 30 minutes, I got some strength and hiked along the volcano's rim to Alice and his brother Sam. As I walked to the other side, I got one of my all-time favorite shots as I was standing on the volcano's rim overlooking the scenery below. It reminded me of the quote in Lion King where Mufasa says to Simba, "Everything the light touches is our kingdom."
It was one of the most powerful views I've ever seen in my life. After I headed back to the other side of the volcano, and Alice was getting the craziest FPV shots down into the lava of the crater, and it was just this dark, bubbling mud. It was such a spectacle to see. Our guide Elijah recommended that we headed back after spending about 2 hours on the top to avoid the midday sun. The trek was beautiful on the way down. When we reached our car, it was about noon, so it took us 12 hours in total. Even though it was one of the hardest physical challenges I've ever done, it was hands down one of my all-time favorite travel experiences. Now afterwards, we're going to head to Arusha. Now if you're flying into Kilimanjaro Airport, Arusha is the closest big city and it's just located about 20 minutes from the airport. I was really impressed with Arusha. It's this decent sized city that is super lush with fairly cool temperatures. There's a lot to do in and around the city. One really cool place near Arusha is the Nakuru waterfall. It's situated in the Meru forest and it's located about 30 minutes from central Arusha. Now the area up here was amazing. It's a lush rainforest full of giant trees and beautiful vegetation. To get down the waterfall, it's a relatively easy hike that only takes about 30 minutes. The trail is absolutely beautiful. I felt like I was walking into the Garden of Eden down there. The last part, you stroll through this stone gorge and then you reach the waterfall. I was just surprised how tall it was. When we were there, the current wasn't too strong, but the fall is much stronger during other parts of the year. Alice sent his FPV drone into the waterfall and got some of the coolest slow-motion shots flying through the water droplets. If you're in Arusha, I highly recommend coming here for a nice day trip. After, we're going to visit Mount Kilimanjaro.
Trolley. Trolley, trolley, trolley. That's me. Trolley, trolley, trolley.
This may be the most iconic place in Tanzania and all Africa. Located in the northern part of the country, right next to the Kenya border, Kilimanjaro is the highest peak in Africa and is also the tallest freestanding mountain in the world with an elevation of 5,895 meters. What's great about Kilimanjaro is that you can hike it without any technical climbing gear. Basically, you just walk to the top. The trek takes anywhere from 5 to 10 days depending on the route. The longer the trek, the higher chances you have to summit because it allows your body to acclimatize to the high altitude and low levels of oxygen. While we were there, we went to the park gates and hiked in the rainforest at the bottom. It was just so lush and beautiful inside there. Now as you scale up the mountain, the scenery changes into totally different climates. It goes from a lush rainforest to the heather and moorland zone, then the alpine desert, and as you reach the summit, it's the Arctic zone. I wasn't able to climb Kilimanjaro on this trip, but I plan to summit it when I come back. I know it will be an adventure of a lifetime. Another amazing mountain to climb in Tanzania is Mount Meru. It's the second tallest mountain in the country with a height of 4,562 meters. It's a dormant volcano. It takes about 3 to 4 days to summit. Now, many people might overlook Mount Meru, but if you want to experience less people and have a more affordable adventure compared to Kilimanjaro, Mount Meru is worth it. Now, similar to Kilimanjaro, you're going to hike through different climate zones. The summit is just absolutely amazing up there. You get an amazing view of Kilimanjaro in the distance. It's easily one of the most underrated summits in all of Tanzania. Afterwards, we're going to visit the Usambara Mountains. Located about a 6-hour drive from Arusha, the Usambara Mountains are one of the most beautiful yet undiscovered places in Tanzania. My buddy Jackson Groves hiked over 80 kilometers through these mountains, starting from Lushoto and ending in Matai, and I'll link his video in the description below. If you want to explore the Usambara Mountains, you'll most likely start in the town of Lushoto. If you decide to do a hike, you can hire a local guide to take you through the mountains, or if you're really adventurous, you can do it yourself. On your trek, you might run into local wildlife such as monkeys or the shy chameleon. And one place that has an incredible viewpoint near Lushoto is the Arente viewpoint. It offers a just spectacular view of the lush Usambara Mountains. Another scenic spot is near the town of Mambo, and it's called the Road Viewpoint, and it just offers some phenomenal views of this special place in Tanzania. Afterwards, you're going to venture off of Tanzania's mainland to visit tropical Zanzibar. Located about 25 kilometers off of Tanzania's coast, Zanzibar is an archipelago made up of two main islands. If you love crystal clear waters, white sand beaches, and just tropical vibes, you'll really enjoy Zanzibar. Now, the best time to come here would be from June to October when it's outside the rainy season. When I imagine Tanzania, I certainly don't think of incredible beaches and tropical islands, but Zanzibar has it all. I wasn't able to see Zanzibar this trip, but when I come back, I want to give Zanzibar a visit. After, we're going to venture to Lake Manyara National Park. It's located about a 3-hour drive from Arusha. The national park is home to this huge lake that boasts all sorts of animals. One thing that I thought was really interesting about Lake Manyara is that it's home to tree climbing lions. We stayed just outside the park at this place called Migombani Campsite. It was this haven located high up in the valley, and it had this pool that had a phenomenal view of Lake Manyara. Afterwards, we're going to head to the Ngorongoro crater. When it comes to a combination of wildlife and natural beauty, Ngorongoro crater is one of the most impressive places in all of Tanzania. The crater is over 16 kilometers wide and is the biggest intact caldera in the world. Inside the crater, there's basically every single safari animal. From Arusha, it's about a 3-hour drive to Ngorongoro's gates. Once we were there, our guides paid the entrance fee and we headed into the conservation area. After the gate, there's no paved roads to keep the habitat wild for all the animals. We even saw an elephant just chilling on the side of the road. Now, just 10 minutes from the gate is this lookout point. It offers one of the best elevated views of the entire crater. I mean, the area is just massive. It's wild to think that this was once an active volcano. You can drive down to the crater, descend about 600 meters to reach the floor, and you'll find all sorts of animals living there. It's truly a wonder. For our final destination, we're going to visit the Serengeti National Park. When it comes to the African safari, the Serengeti is easily one of the best places in the world to see all of Africa's wildlife in its glory. From millions of wildebeest running during the Great Migration to prides of lions relaxing on the rock islands, the Serengeti is the Lion King in real life. To reach the Serengeti, there's a few ways you can go about it. You can make the 6-hour drive from Arusha, which is what we did, or you can also fly into the Serenera airstrip. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the Serengeti wasn't cheap. Every day it costs a good chunk of money to be in there, but it's 100% worth it. As for lodging, if you're on a budget, you can stay in a tented campsite, and on the luxury end, there's a ton of options. We stayed at the Four Seasons for a couple nights, and I had to say it's one of the coolest places I've ever stayed. It's situated in this just green wonderland full of trees and so many animals. When you arrive to the lodge, you'll enter the gates, and then you'll be greeted by a Maasai warrior who will escort you to your room. He was telling us how sometimes animals will jump up on the boardwalk, which I thought was so cool. Now, the room was absolutely amazing, and from the deck, I could see animals such as zebras, Cape buffalo, and impalas. I think the highlight of the Four Seasons is its pool area. There's this water hole in front of the pool that attracts the wildlife. I remember seeing this picture of people in the pool with elephants in the background, and that's what made me want to come here. Now, since it was the rainy season, a lot of the animals didn't need the water as much, but during the dry season, I guess tons of animals come to the water hole to get a drink. Overall, what I loved about the Four Seasons was just how integrated it was with nature. Whether you were walking to your room or just relaxing on your deck, you were bound to see some animals. So if you're looking for a place to stay, I definitely recommend the Four Seasons. Now, one activity you should consider doing is taking a hot air balloon safari. We went with Serengeti Balloon Safari, and we woke up at 4 a.m. and drove to our launching site. They were filling up that balloon with hot air, and I just couldn't believe how big it was. They told me it's the 3rd biggest hot air balloon model in the world. Now, to get in the hot air balloon, the basket is laying flat on the ground and you jump in. As the balloon fills up with air, the basket slowly rotates to the upright position. In total, it held 60 passengers, so it was really huge. Once you're in the air, it's the weirdest feeling because it's absolutely silent up there, except for the sound of the fire heating up the air. It was the coolest thing, just looking for animals on the savannah. We saw some hippos and lots of other wildlife. At the very end of our tour, we got pretty high up and could see an incredible 360 view of the Serengeti. After we descended and we landed in the middle of the savannah, we celebrated with some champagne or mango juice with the captain, and then we had a luxury full English breakfast in the bush. I mean, honestly, it was an amazing experience, and if you can, I highly recommend doing it while you're in the Serengeti. Now, my all-time favorite thing to do in the Serengeti was going on game drives. Every day we would wake up and be out from sunrise to sunset, witnessing so many incredible moments. One thing that I thought was so interesting about the Serengeti was that it had different areas with certain types of landscapes and wildlife. For example, there was this one place that had short green grass with termite mounds, and that's where we saw a majority of the cheetahs. There was also these vast plains, and that's where the millions of wildebeest and zebras were. One of my favorite features of the Serengeti was the kopias. There were these stone islands, and there was almost always lions on them. Just imagine Pride Rock from The Lion King, but this was real life. Now, one of my favorite experiences was just watching these two lionesses play near a copia during sunset. They had a bunch of cubs who were hiding on top. It was truly magical just watching them frolic and play in the grass. Now, since we were there during the rainy season, we had these massive thunderstorms almost every day. They make for some of the most epic scenery, but it's also a little terrifying when it starts to rain and you're deep in the bush and have to try to not get stuck on the muddy roads. One time we went to see this lion that was chilling on top of a tree, and there was this massive thunderstorm that was coming in. We underestimated how bad the storm was and almost got stuck and had to spend the night in the bush. Our guide Eddie is the best driver in all of Tanzania, and he got us out safely. As we were driving back to the Four Seasons, we escaped the thunderstorm and found ourselves experiencing the craziest sunset of the trip. There was this fireball in the sky with huge lightning bolts just striking the Serengeti. And to make it even better, there was a herd of zebras just grazing in front of it. I mean, I seriously can't believe those conditions we got. It was the perfect way to end our time at the Serengeti. Well, that is it for my Tanzania Top 10. It was easily one of my favorite trips I've ever been on. I'm just itching to come back. Now, special thanks to our tour guides, Eddie and Fahad from Safari Ghosts. They made it the trip of a lifetime, and I didn't have to worry about the logistics of the trip, such as where we're going to eat or sleep, and it made everything so much more enjoyable. I'll link their website in the description below, so you can book a trip with them. It's not sponsored or anything. I just had an amazing time, and I couldn't recommend them enough. Also, a huge shout out to my buddy Alice Van Jason for bringing me along the trip. He's one of the world's best FPV pilots, and it was incredible to witness him in the field. He's made some phenomenal cinematic videos of Tanzania, and I'll link them in the description as well. Let me know where your favorite place is in Tanzania in the comments below. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok at Shirley.films. It's Ryan, and we will see you later.
I saw that the Google UX design certificate was flexible. That's motivating when you have 2 kids. I finished in 5 months, and my salary increase was 35%.
Get flexible online training for in-demand jobs and achieve what matters to you. It starts with a Google Career Certificate.
What's up, guys? My name is Ryan. In the last few years, I've been exploring our incredible world, and I want to share with you my favorite places. So here's my Earth Top 100. It's easy to forget how incredible our planet is. From the wonders of South America to the endless history of Europe, there's something worth discovering in every corner of our world. This video is a long one, so I made timestamps so you can jump around to your favorite locations. Let's start this video off in Cape Town, South Africa. If you love ocean and mountainous landscapes, you're in luck because Cape Town has both. One of my favorite features of Cape Town is Lion's Head. It's this wizard hat-shaped peak that you can hike to the top of. Another wild spot is Table Mountain. You can take a cable car to the top, and it offers some of the most incredible views of Cape Town from up there. And one of the best beaches in Cape Town is Camps Bay. The water may be chilly, but it offers some spectacular scenery all around. While we're still in South Africa, we're going to visit Drakensberg. It's a set of mountains on the South African-Lesotho border, and it's home to some of the most incredible scenery. One of the craziest places is Dugela Falls. With a height around 1,000 meters, it's the second tallest waterfall in the world. The area that it's located in is called the amphitheater. It is just this bowl of massive cliffs that descend down to the gorge below. After, we're going to venture to Botswana to experience the Okavango Delta. Now, located in the northern part of the country, the Okavango Delta is this massive seasonal swamp that can be seen from space. The area gets flooded and it reaches its peak water levels during the summer months. Now, due to the influx of water, animals come from all over, and it creates one of Africa's greatest wildlife concentrations. From elephants wandering through the chest-deep water to red ledge-weight antelope running through the swamps, it's just incredible how much wildlife exists in the Okavango Delta. One of the best ways to experience it is by taking a boat and wandering through the endless canals and lagoons, marveling at all the wildlife. Now afterwards, we're going to head to the famous Victoria Falls, located on the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe. Victoria is one of the longest waterfalls in the world with a length of 1,708 meters. The Zambezi River is what powers the waterfall, and one thing that I think that's unique about it is how it plunges into this narrow gorge. It's something unique I've never seen in any other waterfalls. There's this one place on the falls called Devil's Pool, where you can sit in the water right in the edge of the waterfall. It looks like you're going to fall in, but thankfully the current isn't that strong. After, we're going to visit the country of Namibia, located on the Atlantic coast above South Africa. And when people think of Namibia, the Namib Desert probably comes to mind. It's full of massive orange sand dunes and those orchid antelope. Now, one of my favorite places in the Namib Desert is Dead Wheat. It's this cliff surrounded by massive dunes. And what makes it so unique is that there's these trees that died 600 years ago because water stopped coming into the area and they are frozen in time. After, we're going to visit Tanzania. I think Tanzania is one of the most incredible countries in Africa. From the safari to Mount Kilimanjaro, there's just so much to see. If you like tropical vibes, you can visit Zanzibar. It's this island archipelago located just off the coast of Tanzania. It's home to white sand beaches and a phenomenal coastline. Another one of my favorite places in Tanzania is the Serengeti. When it comes to the African safari, the Serengeti is one of the best places to witness Africa's wildlife. It's home to the Great Migration, which is when the wildebeest make a circular loop around the Serengeti into Kenya's Masai Mara every year. Now, the chronic feature of Tanzania and Africa in general is Mount Kilimanjaro. It's the tallest place in Africa and also the highest freestanding mountain in the world with an elevation of 5,895 meters. What's great about Mount Kilimanjaro is that it can be summited without climbing gear. The journey takes anywhere from 5 to 10 days to complete, and I'd love to do it someday. Now, one of the best places to view Mount Kilimanjaro is from the Amboseli National Park. It's located right across the border in Kenya, and I think it has one of the best views in the world. Not only because it has a great view of Mount Kilimanjaro, but it's often coupled with animals such as elephants roaming free throughout the park. I mean, it's a scene straight out of Lion King. Now, afterwards, we're going to venture to Ethiopia to visit the Simien Mountains. They are home to the highest point in Ethiopia. Now, one of my favorite features of the Simien Mountains is its wildlife. They are home to the Galata baboon, also known as the bleeding heart monkey, which can only be found in the Ethiopian highlands, and it's just such an interesting part of Africa. Now afterwards, we're going to visit the islands of the Seychelles. Now located in the Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa, the Seychelles are an archipelago made up of 115 islands and are home to some of the world's most famous beaches. Now, when you find the Seychelles, you'll probably come to the island of Mahi. It's the biggest island in the archipelago and also home to Victoria, which is the island's capital. Now, there's a lot to do and see on Mahi, and it's also a great place to venture off to the other islands. One of the most famous places in all the Seychelles is the beach called Anse Source d'Argent. It's located on the island of La Vie, which you can reach by taking a ferry from the neighboring islands. It's often rated as one of the world's most beautiful beaches, and I totally understand why. It has these massive granite boulders that create an otherworldly landscape. After, we're going to visit Madagascar. After Indonesia, Madagascar is the largest island country in the world. One thing unique about Madagascar is that 90% of its plants and animal species are found nowhere else in the world. One of the most famous places in Madagascar is the Baobab Avenue. It's this dirt street lined with Grandidier's baobab trees, which are over 30 meters tall and almost 3,000 years old. Another destination to visit in Africa is the island of Réunion. Located in the Indian Ocean, Réunion is a French territory with some of the most incredible terrain. It's a volcanic island and totally reminds me of Hawaii. One of the most striking features of the island is the volcano called Piton de la Fournaise. It's currently one of the most active volcanoes in the world, with its most recent eruption in 2020. Réunion just has some of the most insane scenery. After, we're going to visit the nearby island of Mauritius. Unlike Réunion, Mauritius is its own country. It's an incredibly beautiful island with impressive mountain peaks and landscapes. Probably the most well-known feature of Mauritius is its underwater waterfall. While it isn't actually a waterfall, it creates an illusion of one that can best be seen from the air. Now after, we're going to head up to Egypt to visit the pyramids of Giza. As one of the ancient wonders of the world, I think the pyramids of Giza are some of the most baffling and intriguing structures on Earth. To think that thousands of years ago, millions of massive stone blocks were used to build one of the largest structures on Earth is just hard to comprehend. Now, the pyramids are full of mystery, like how in the world were they built, what was their purpose, and just many other questions. Some archaeologists believe that the pyramids served as a tomb for the pharaohs, but I think they had a different purpose. Another interesting fact about the pyramids is that the coordinates are the exact same numbers as the speed of light. I mean, whether that means something or just a crazy coincidence, it's definitely something to think about. Now, afterwards, we're going to head over to Jordan to visit Petra. Famous for being one of the wonders of the world, I first remember seeing Petra in the Indiana Jones movie. It's believed that the area was settled by the Nabateans around the 4th century BC, where they made Petra as the capital city of their kingdom. I think the most impressive place in Petra is the treasury. It's this temple that was carved straight out of sandstone rock, and it's believed to have served as a mausoleum for the Nabatean kingdom. It got its name as the treasury because local Bedouins believed treasure was hidden inside. While we're still in Jordan, we're going to head over to the Wadi Rum Desert. Located near the border of Saudi Arabia, Wadi Rum is this incredible desert landscape with unique rock features. It's been the filming location for movies such as Aladdin and Star Wars. It really feels like you're on another planet here, and no wonder why so many films are created in this beautiful desert. Now afterwards, we're going to head over to Saudi Arabia. Located in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia was a rather mysterious country until it opened its borders to tourists in 2019. The largest and capital city of Saudi Arabia is Riyadh. It's a major financial hub and full of fascinating skyscrapers. Now, one of the most interesting places in Saudi is called Al-Ula. It's located in the northwestern part of the country, and it's home to some fascinating rock formations and ancient tombs. The area was founded back in the 6th century, and it's just full of so much history. After, we're going to head over to the UAE to visit Dubai. Now, Dubai is one of the wildest places I've ever been. It's basically what happens when a city has a blank slate and limitless budget to make some of the craziest buildings and structures in the world. It's home to the Burj Khalifa, which is the world's tallest building at 830 meters high. When I was there, I went to the top 124th floor, and afterwards I went down to watch the spectacular Dubai Fountain Show. It was such a cool experience, and I just had a great time walking around and enjoying the light show on the Burj Khalifa. One cool thing I did while I was in Dubai was I went on a desert safari. We went out to the middle of the desert and got in some cars and rode on the dunes. It was a little sketch, but I had a good time watching the sunset and experiencing the crazy deserts of the UAE. After, we're going to head over to the Himalayas to visit Nepal. Now, nicknamed the roof of the world, Nepal is home to 8 mountains that are over 8,000 meters high, including the world's tallest peak, Mount Everest. If you do visit Nepal, you're probably flying to the capital city of Kathmandu. It's a bustling place surrounded by the Himalayan mountains, famous for its temples and monasteries. Now, one thing I want to do someday is hike to Everest Base Camp. You can start by flying into the sketchy Lukla Airport and then take about 2 weeks to make the round-trip journey. Base Camp is up at an elevation of 17,600 feet. I mean, Nepal is such an incredible country, and I hope you all can visit. After, we're going to visit the country of Pakistan. I think Pakistan is one of the most underrated countries in Asia. It has a vast array of landscapes, but my favorite feature of Pakistan is its mountains. They are absolutely unbelievable, and after Nepal, they are home to the tallest mountains in the world. One of the most intriguing places in Pakistan for me is Fairy Meadows. It's this beautiful base camp that you need to take this sketchy road to get to. It's shadowed over by Nanga Parbat, which is the 9th tallest mountain in the world at 8,125 meters, and the overall scenery here is just mind-blowing with the glacier and everything. I mean, Pakistan's mountains truly are on another level. After, we're going to visit the country of Sri Lanka. Located right below India, Sri Lanka is an island country full of lush landscapes and intriguing destinations. One of the most recognizable places on Sri Lanka is Sirija, or Lion's Rock. It's this massive monolith that sticks out of the landscape, and on top of it there's an ancient fortress that was built in the 5th century AD. Today it stands as one of the best preserved examples of ancient urban planning. Afterwards, we're going to head over to India to visit the Taj Mahal. Now, when I think of India, the Taj Mahal almost always comes to mind. It was completed in the year 1653. It took over $1 billion adjusted for inflation to complete. It was built by the Mughal emperor at the time as a place to house the tomb of his favorite wife. It just blows my mind that this was created almost 400 years ago. Today it stands as a symbol for India and receives over 6 million visitors a year. Another intriguing destination in India is Varanasi. Located on the Ganges River, Varanasi is one of the most religious and sacred sites in India, as it serves as a central place for many traditions in the Hindu religion. It's one of the oldest continually inhabited cities, dating back almost 4,000 years. I mean, the history and culture here is just on another level. Truly is an incredible place to experience. After, we're going to visit Ladakh. Located on the borders of Pakistan and Tibet, Ladakh is one of the highest regions in India. as it's nestled in some of the biggest mountains in the world. Now there's a lot of beautiful monasteries and sights to see, and the landscapes up there are just so interesting. It's also one of the best places to see snow leopards. Now another safe place in Ladakh is the Pangong Lake. One third of it's India and the other part is in China. It's the highest saltwater lake in the world with an elevation of 4,350 meters. The color of the lake is this dark blue color that's such a contrast between the red, arid mountains. After we're going to visit the country of the Maldives. Now when people imagine paradise, the Maldives might come to mind. Located in the Indian Ocean, the Maldives is a country made up of 1,192 islands. It's famous for its white sand beaches, resorts, and crystal clear waters. I mean, if you're looking for an ideal honeymoon destination or just a relaxing vacation, the Maldives is your place. After we're going to visit the country of Bangladesh. Almost completely surrounded by India, Bangladesh is a lush and vibrant country full of natural beauty and culture. The capital city of the country is Dhaka. Its old town is one of the most chaotic and wild places I've seen. If you want to see some of Bangladesh's nature, the Chittagong Hill Tracks offers some incredible landscapes with lush rolling hills, and it's also where the highest place in the country is located. If you want to see the coast, Cox's Bazar is home to the world's longest natural beach for a length of 155 kilometers. Bangladesh really is an incredible country that deserves to be experienced. Now afterwards we're going to visit the ancient city of Bagan. Now located in the country of Myanmar, Bagan is this ancient city and is home to over 2,000 Buddhist temples, pagodas, and monasteries. During the 9th to 13th centuries, the Bagan kingdom resided here, which later became Myanmar. Today, Bagan is one of the most visited places in the country. Afterwards, we're going to head to Angkor Wat. Located in Cambodia, Angkor Wat is a temple complex, and it's the largest religious monument in the world. It's easily one of the most remarkable ancient structures on Earth, and it's just hard to fathom this place. Angkor Wat was built in the 12th century by the Khmer Empire, and it took 28 years to construct and was first used as a Hindu temple dedicated to the god Vishnu. But towards the end of this century, Angkor Wat was used to worship Buddhism. Today, it's one of the most renowned and visited religious sites in the world, and I totally understand why. Now, afterwards, we're going to visit Vietnam to visit the Ban Yak waterfalls.
This ancient aquifer is miraculous. Rainfall is through hundreds of feet of volcanic aquifer, detected from the Euphrates. It's not just water, it's Fiji water.
Now, located in the northern part of Vietnam, straddling the Chinese border, Ban Yak is the biggest waterfall in Southeast Asia. I mean, the scenery here is just absolutely insane, with the iconic karst mountains in the background. You can take a boat ride to get up close to the waterfall, and this place is just freaking magical. Another amazing spot in Vietnam is Ha Long Bay. Located in the Gulf of Tonkin, Ha Long Bay is this incredible area made up of emerald waters and thousands of limestone islands covered in lush vegetation. And probably the best way to experience Ha Long Bay is by taking a cruise. It can just be a few hours, but I'd recommend at least doing the overnight cruise so you can witness the Ha Long Bay during sunrise and sunset. Afterwards, we're going to head to Thailand to visit the Phi Phi Islands. I first saw these islands while watching Leonardo DiCaprio's film The Beach. Now, to reach the Phi Phi Islands, you can take hour-long ferries from the nearby cities. The main islands have lots of amenities such as hotels and restaurants, and it's a great place to venture off to the other islands. I think my favorite one is Koh Phi Phi Lee. It's this insane island you can boat around and snorkel. Another amazing place in Thailand is Phang Nga Bay. It's this mangrove area located near Krabi, and it has this almost perfect winding river that cuts through the mangroves with jagged mountains on both sides. Another amazing nearby place is Railay Beach. It's located just outside of Krabi, and you can ride by boat. There's just these massive rocks that overlook the beach, and it's a perfect place to watch the sunset. Afterwards, we're going to head to the mainland of Thailand to visit Khao Sok National Park. This place is really interesting. It's this massive lake, and even though it was created as a result of a dam, the landscapes here are otherworldly. There's limestone mountains and rainforest vegetation home to animals such as the Asian elephant and tigers. If you can, I recommend staying here more than one day. You can spend the night on the lake's floating houses and just go hiking or boating throughout the park. After, we're going to head to the Philippines to visit Palawan. Now, when I think of the Philippines, the landscapes of Palawan come to mind. Jagged limestone islands, crystal clear waters, and phenomenal landscapes everywhere you look. I think one of the best places in Palawan is El Nido. There's just so many little islands and places to venture off to. I mean, it truly is paradise here. Another nearby place is Coron. It has very similar landscapes to El Nido, but I'd say it's better for island tours and snorkeling. I mean, both are phenomenal travel destinations. After, we're going to head over to Indonesia to visit Bali. Bali has been one of the most popular travel destinations in the last few years. With its relatively cheap prices and incredible tropical landscapes, it's easy to see why. One of the most popular places to visit in Bali is Nusa Penida. It's an island right off the coast of Bali. It's famous for having white cliffs coupled with perfect beaches. Now, the rest of Bali is just full of rice terraces, prime surf spots, and jungle waterfalls. After Bali, we're going to head over to Mount Bromo, located on the neighboring island of Java. I think Mount Bromo is one of the most impressive volcanoes in the world. The volcano itself isn't anything crazy, but the views of the massive crater and the other volcanoes in the background is just unbelievable. All of Mount Bromo is a very active volcano. You can hike up to the top and walk around its rim. Another one of my favorite destinations in Indonesia is the Komodo National Park. It's an archipelago made up of 3 islands, and it's home to the Komodo dragon. My favorite island in the park is Padar. It's this little island with no development on it, and there's also no Komodo dragons. You can only reach Padar by boat. I mean, I'd love to sail around these islands one day. Now, afterwards, we're going to visit Raja Ampat. Often called the last paradise on Earth, Raja Ampat is an archipelago made up of 1,500 islands. It's known for having some of the most pristine marine life, and it's one of the best places in the world to go diving. One of the most impressive places on Raja Ampat is the Wayang Islands. There's just dozens of these little islets and coves to explore, and I can understand why it's called paradise on Earth. After, we're going to head over to Australia to visit Whitehaven Beach. Regularly voted as one of the best beaches in the world, Whitehaven Beach is located on the Whitsunday Island, and it can be reached by taking a boat or seaplane. The sand is made up of silica, giving it this white color, and when combined with the blue ocean water, it creates this swirly turquoise mix that winds back into the island's inlet. It's just incredible to look at. Now, probably one of the most famous places in Australia is the Great Barrier Reef. It's located in the northeastern coast of Australia, and it's the biggest reef system in the world, stretching over 2,300 kilometers. It can be seen from space and is the world's largest structure made by living organisms. No wonder why it's one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. It's home to over 10% of all the ocean's fish species, and there's also plenty of whales and sharks there. I mean, it would be a dream to do a scuba diving here one day. Another incredible place on Australia's mainland near the Barrier Reef is the Daintree Rainforest. It's a combination of mountains, untouched beaches, and possibly the oldest rainforest in the world, which began over 110 million years ago. The rainforest is home to animals such as the cassowary, which is one of the world's biggest birds. The Daintree Rainforest has landscapes that I had no idea exist in Australia. The area around Cape Tribulation is so scenic, with sea mountains covered in the lush rainforest vegetation. Now, afterwards, you're going to head into Australia's center to visit the outback. When you look at Australia from space, you'll notice that basically all the cities are on the coast, but the interior of the country is this orange desolate landscape with hardly anyone living there, and that's the outback. The most iconic landmark of the outback is the Uluru, or Ayers Rock. It's this massive monolith made up of sandstone. It's a sacred site for the indigenous Australians, believed to be a resting site for ancient spirits. There's definitely an energy there, and it's just bizarre how it sits alone in the desolate outback. After, we're going to visit the nearby country of New Zealand. Now, after seeing movies like Lord of the Rings, I think it's safe to say we all want to visit New Zealand one day. And New Zealand is made up of 700 islands, but the 2 major ones are the North and South. If you're down for more adventure and crazy landscapes, I'd say the South Island is where it's at. It's home to the Southern Alps, where Mount Cook is located. It's the tallest mountain in New Zealand. It stands over 12,218 feet high. Another incredible spot is the Milford Sound. Described as the 8th wonder of the world, the Milford Sound is a fjord that was carved out by glaciers during the Ice Age. It's one of the widest places in the world, and the whole area is just full of rainforests and magical waterfalls. If you're more into beaches, the North Island offers so many. One of my favorites is Cathedral Cove. It's located on the Coromandel Peninsula, and it requires a decent walk to reach the beach, but you'll be rewarded with one of New Zealand's most beautiful beaches. Afterwards, you're going to visit the beautiful islands of French Polynesia. Located in the South Pacific, French Polynesia is made up of over 100 islands. One of the most stunning islands is Bora Bora. I mean, look at this place. It doesn't even look real. Just how the islets and coral reef protect the island, and crystal clear lagoon just blows my mind. It couldn't be more perfect. If you got some money to blow, you can stay at one of the ocean bungalows that are built right above the water. The center of the island is a dormant volcano called Mount Otemanu, and it stands an impressive 727 meters tall. Another one of my favorite islands in French Polynesia is Moorea. This place is just insanely beautiful. Similar to Bora Bora, the whole island of Moorea is surrounded by a protective coral reef, and the mountains here are just stunning. Another cool thing about Moorea and French Polynesia in general is it's one of the best places to see the humpback whales who come here during the late summer and early fall months. While we're still in the South Pacific, we're going to visit Rarotonga. As the largest of the Cook Islands, Rarotonga is home to 13,000 people. Now, similar to French Polynesia, Rarotonga has some impressive mountains and a coral reef that protects this little island. There's also this really cool rock formation called the Needle that is a fun hike to go on. Afterwards, you're going to visit the Isle of Pines, located just off of New Caledonia. The Isle of Pines is this really peculiar island. I mean, when I imagine a tropical paradise, I certainly don't think of pine trees, but the Isle of Pines sure is an exception. To reach the island, you can come by plane or ferry, and while you're there, you can explore the crystal clear lagoons, accompanied with white sand and endless pine trees. I mean, it's just such a unique and beautiful little island. After, we're going to head to the Caribbean to visit St. Lucia. Of all the Caribbean islands, I think St. Lucia is one of the most impressive. My favorite features of St. Lucia is its batons, which are these jagged mountains that come straight out of the ocean, and I could totally imagine Jack Sparrow sailing his ship with this as his backdrop. Right above St. Lucia is the island of Martinique. It's a French territory, and it's sure is beautiful. It has everything from historical towns to beaches perfect for surfing. The highest point on the island is Mount Pelée, with an elevation of 1,397 meters. Right below the volcano is this town of St. Pierre. It was founded back in 1635 and was known as the Paris of the Caribbean. In 1902, Mount Pelée erupted and the whole town was sadly destroyed. Thankfully today, it's been restored, and I just love the backdrop it has with the coast and Mount Pelée. Another one of my favorite places in the Caribbean is Guadeloupe. It's a set of 12 islands, and like Martinique, it's a French overseas region. One of the most beautiful places on Guadeloupe is Terre de Haut. It's this little commune that you can reach by ferry from the neighboring island. Once you reach it, there's this fortification called Fort Napoleon, and it was built in the 18th century, and the views of the bay you get up there are just phenomenal. Now afterwards, we're going to head over to Central America to experience Belize. Belize is one of my all-time favorite countries. I may be a little biased because I lived there for over a year. It's one of the most colorful and diverse places I've ever been. It's home to the second largest coral reef system in the world, and it's home to animals, crystal clear waters, and ancient ruins. One of my favorite places in Belize is this ruin called Tunantinich. It's one of Belize's most impressive and easily accessible ruins. Tunantinich translates to sculpture of the lady. Another one of Belize's most iconic sites is the Great Blue Hole. And when you think of Belize, this is what you probably think of. It's over 1,000 feet wide and 400 feet deep. Truly one of the most unique locations on Earth. After, we're going to head over to Guatemala to visit Tikal. Located in the rainforests of northern Guatemala, Tikal is one of the most incredible archaeological sites in the world. The area was first inhabited around the 6th century BC, but Tikal really began to flourish between the years 200 to 850 AD, as it served as the capital of one of the most powerful ancient Mayan kingdoms. At its peak, there was about 60,000 Mayans in Tikal and the surrounding area, and I would love to go back in time and see what it was like to live back then. Around the end of the 9th century, Tikal's population plummeted, possibly due to overpopulation and lack of food. Today, it's an incredible place to visit. I love walking around and marveling at all the temples. Afterwards, we're going to head over to Mexico to visit the pyramids of Teotihuacan. Located about an hour and a half outside of Mexico City, Teotihuacan is one of the most impressive archaeological sites in all of Mexico. It's believed to have been established around 100 BC and grew to be one of the largest cities in the world at its time, with an estimated population of 125,000 people. My favorite place there is the Pyramid of the Sun. It was constructed around 200 AD and is one of the largest structures in Mesoamerica. The Pyramid of the Moon is another impressive pyramid there. I just love how it's lined up with the Avenue of the Dead with the Cerro Gordo Mountain as its backdrop. After, we're going to head to Venezuela to witness Angel Falls, known as the tallest waterfall in the world with a height of 979 meters. A special thanks to my buddy Alice Van Jason for sharing his FPV footage from here and many other parts of this video. He ventured into the depths of the Venezuelan jungle for 2 weeks to get some of the world's most incredible footage of this waterfall. I mean, it's seriously jaw-dropping. I'll link his video of his Venezuelan adventure in the description below so you can check it out for yourself. Now, to reach Angel Falls, it's not an easy journey. You'll fly into this town of Canema, and from there you'll take a day boat trip up the river to reach the falls. While it's not an easy journey to get there, the falls are more than worth it. Now, while we're still on the topic of waterfalls, the world's tallest single drop waterfall is in the neighboring country of Guyana. It's called Kater Falls and has a height of 226 meters. You can reach the falls by flying into a small airport. I just love the remoteness of this place. There's literally nothing around besides the powerful waterfall. Afterwards, we're going to head over to Brazil to visit Lençóis Maranhenses. Located in the northeastern part of the country, Lençóis Maranhenses is one of the most unique landscapes in South America. It's these almost endless array of sand dunes that fill up with these Caribbean blue lagoons during the rainy season. You may recognize this landscape from the Planet Vermeer in the Avengers movie. Afterwards, we're going to visit Rio de Janeiro. I was lucky enough to visit Rio de Janeiro a few years ago, and I have to say it's one of the most wild and vibrant cities I've ever visited. It's home to beautiful beaches and gigantic granite mountains. One of the most famous places in Rio de Janeiro is the Christ the Redeemer. It's this massive statue that's over 38 meters tall and sits on top of this stone pinnacle overlooking all of Rio de Janeiro. When I was there, it was absolutely packed with people, but I still had a great time walking around and marveling at this iconic location. Another one of my favorite places in Rio was Ipanema Beach. Before visiting Brazil, this is what I imagined Rio to be like, and Ipanema Beach didn't let me down. Rio de Janeiro was just a vibe all around. After we're going to visit Iguazu Falls. I think after Angel Falls, Iguazu is one of the most recognizable waterfalls in all of South America. It's located right in the Brazilian and Argentina border, and it's the most powerful waterfall system in the world. At its peak, Iguazu can have up to 300 waterfalls. The most recognizable feature of Iguazu Falls is the Devil's Throat. It's this horseshoe-shaped chasm where a majority of the water goes. After we're going to venture down to Patagonia. Located in both bottom halves of Chile and Argentina, Patagonia is easily one of the most beautiful regions in the world. It has fjords like Norway, sounds like New Zealand, and the mountains are comparable to the Alps. Now, one of the most famous places in Patagonia is Torres del Paine. It's located on the Chilean side. Torres del Paine is a national park home to animals such as guanacos and pumas, and it's named after its iconic 3 granite towers. Another one of the most well-known places in Patagonia is Fitzroy. It's this mountain range located on the Argentinian side. I think it's possibly one of the most beautiful mountains in the world. There's several glacial lakes and viewpoints to marvel this mountain range from, and the area is just spectacular. After, we're going to head over to Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui. Easter Island is located over 3,000 kilometers off the coast of Chile, making it one of the most remote islands in the world. It's believed that the island was settled around the year 1200 by Polynesians who sailed from French Polynesia. What makes the island so mysterious and famous is its moai statues. There are over 900 moai on the island, and the tallest reach over 10 meters tall. It's a mystery how the statues were transported, but it's believed that logs were used to move the moai across the island. Pretty fascinating stuff. After, we're going to Peru to visit Machu Picchu. Nestled in the Andes Mountains, Machu Picchu stands as one of the most incredible archaeological sites in the world. It was built around 1450 by the Incans, and is believed to have been constructed as an estate for the Incan emperor at the time. Machu Picchu was abandoned in the year 1572, probably due to the nearby Spanish conquest, and many of the people may have gotten smallpox. The citadel was overgrown by the forest and remained hidden until 1911, when it was found by the American explorer Hiram Bingham. Today, Machu Picchu is one of the world's most well-known archaeological sites. To reach Machu Picchu, you can hike there, or you can also take a train. Afterwards, we're going to head over to Bolivia to experience the Uyuni Salt Flats. Located in the Bolivian Andes Mountains lies the largest salt flat in the world. One of the most peculiar places on the salt flats is this little island called Inca Huasi. It's located in the middle of the salt flats with nothing around, and it's home to giant cacti. And the landscape just feels otherworldly. Another interesting fact about these salt flats is that when it rains, it creates the world's biggest mirror. If you can't make it to South America, there's another salt flats called Bonneville in the state of Utah in the USA. I've been there several times, and I can say both are amazing and worth the journey. After, we're going to visit the Galapagos Islands. Located right in the equator, the Galapagos Islands are a volcanic archipelago made up of 21 islands. They were discovered in the 16th century and later popularized by Charles Darwin, who studied the island's unique endemic animal species. Some of my favorite animals on the island are the Marian iguanas and the blue-footed birds. After, we're going to head to the Hawaiian Islands to visit Kauai. Of all the Hawaiian islands, Kauai is the oldest, making it the most beautiful and diverse. It's nicknamed the Garden Island, and when you go there, you'll understand why. One of my favorite places on Kauai is the Na Pali coast. There are very few places in the world, if any, that can match the beauty of this coastline. The Nepali coast is filled with sea cliffs that rise over 1,000 meters from the ocean, contrasted with deep, narrow valleys that empty to the sea below. There are several ways to experience the Nepali coast. One of the best ways is by helicopter. It can be a little expensive, but you're able to get incredible views of the cliffs. Another great way is through a boat tour. You'll be able to experience the coast from a new perspective, and you can also jump off the boat and do some snorkeling in the ocean. It's truly phenomenal. If you're on a budget like me, there's plenty of hikes and lookout spots you can go to have an amazing experience exploring the Nepali coast. While we're still in Hawaii, we're going to visit the island of Oahu. Of all the islands in Hawaii, I have to say that Oahu is my favorite. I lived here for almost a year on the North Shore. It was some of the greatest times of my life. If you love hiking, surfing, and adventures, Oahu is the place for you. One of the most popular places on Oahu is Waikiki. It's a perfect combination of city and ocean. The beach is lined with high-rise hotels, and it's a perfect place to surf and catch some waves. Another one of my favorite places on Oahu is the North Shore. The North Shore is made up of 17 miles of coastline that is home to some of the greatest surfing in the world. One of the most well-known beaches on the North Shore is the Bonsai Pipeline. The waves are created by a super sharp and dangerous reef that causes the waves to break just right. During the winter months, some of the most popular surfing competitions are held here, and the waves can reach over 20 feet high. When there aren't crazy waves, I just love swimming on the North Shore. The water is so clear, and the waves are so fun to swim in. After, we're going to head to California to visit Yosemite National Park. Now, Yosemite is one of the most stunning national parks in all the U.S. It's famous for its massive granite cliffs, clear streams, and gigantic waterfalls. One of my favorite features of the park is the Half Dome. It's this gigantic piece of granite that rises over 5,000 feet from the valley below. Another impressive feature of the park is the Yosemite Falls. It's one of the world's tallest waterfalls with a height of 1,430 feet. From Yosemite, we're going to take a drive on Big Sur. Located on the Pacific 101 Highway, Big Sur is one of America's most scenic roads, known for its winding turns, seaside cliffs, and views of the misty coastline. One of the coolest places on Big Sur is the Bixby Creek Bridge. It's just so photogenic with the coastline. Now, another one of my favorite spots is the Midway Falls, which is this 80-foot waterfall that falls onto the beach below. After exploring California, we're going to make the drive up to Oregon. Now, I have to say Oregon is one of my favorite states in all the U.S. It's home to massive volcanoes and countless waterfalls. Me and my wife did a road trip through the state a few years ago, and it was extremely enjoyable. I think Oregon is home to some of the best coastline in America. I highly recommend just driving up the 101 Coastal Highway. One of my favorite places on the drive is Cannon Beach. If you watch the movie The Goonies, you'll recognize it. Another beautiful spot is the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. It's one of the most beautiful spots on the Oregon coast, in my opinion. After, we're going to visit Yellowstone National Park. Located in Wyoming, Yellowstone is one of the USA's most visited national parks. Now, one of the most famous places in Yellowstone is the Grand Prismatic Spring. It's the third largest hot spring in the world with a depth of 160 feet, and from above it displays a remarkable rainbow color. You can walk on the platforms around the spring, but you'll get the best view by taking the short hike up to the Grand Prismatic Spring overlook. Another iconic spot in the park is Old Faithful. It's one of the world's most famous geysers because of its reliability. It erupts around every 90 minutes, and the boiling water can reach 185 feet high. Afterwards, you're going to visit the American Southwest. Composed of states such as Utah and Arizona, I think the Southwest is one of the most beautiful places in the USA. It has some of the world's most unique rock formations and some of America's best national parks. One of my favorite places in the Southwest is Moab. Located in Utah, Moab is a hub for adventure and exploration. What's great about Moab is there's so many activities you can do in and around it. One of my favorites is the Fisher Towers. It's just about a 40-minute drive outside of Moab. It's home to the Titan Tower, which is claimed to be the largest freestanding rock tower in the U.S. with a prominence of 700 feet. You can do about a 4-mile round-trip hike and experience all the towers from below, which is such a cool hike with incredible views. Now, another cool spot right outside of Moab is Corona Arch. I remember the first time I saw this place was in Devon Supertramp's video where they made a giant rope swing off of it. Now, to get to the arch, it's a fairly easy hike of 2.4 miles round trip. If you want to avoid the heat, I recommend doing the hike early in the morning or in the evening. And it's just such a beautiful arch. When you stand under it, you realize how huge it is. One of the most famous places in the American Southwest is the Grand Canyon. Known as one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, it's a 1 mile deep, 277 mile long gorge that has been carved and sculpted by the Colorado River. The Grand Canyon is home to endless activities and forms of exploration. Nearly 5.5 million people come to visit this canyon every year, and it's easy to see why. After, we're going to head up to Alaska. Now, when you think of untamed wilderness, Alaska is it. It's a land full of some of the world's biggest mountains and glaciers, and when I look at the landscapes here, they're just so vast and untouched. One of the most wild places in Alaska is the Aleutian Islands. I think this may be one of the most incredible destinations in all the U.S. Located in the Bering Sea, the Aleutian Islands are made up of 300 islands. The largest settlement on the islands is Unalaska, with about 4,000 residents. There's an airport there and a decent amount of infrastructure considering the remoteness of the island. The landscapes here remind me of Iceland with its volcanic terrain and just harsh seas. The islands are also full of history. During World War II, Japan landed and occupied 2 of the Aleutian Islands, making it the only invasion on U.S. soil during World War II. Now afterwards, we're going to head over to Canada to visit British Columbia, sandwiched right between Alaska and Washington. British Columbia is an incredible area full of massive mountains and endless beauty. British Columbia is a wonderland if you're into action sports. It has some of the world's best mountain biking and kayaking, and it's also where the ski resort Whistler is located. While we're still in Canada, we're going to visit Banff National Park. If you love gigantic mountains and pristine alpine lakes, this is the place for you. It's Canada's oldest national park and easily one of the most scenic. My favorite place in the park is Moraine Lake. It just has this stunning turquoise water with a backdrop of the Rockies Mountains. I mean, it's hard to match that scenery. After, we're going to visit the land of the rising sun, Japan. From the snow-covered northern island of Sapporo to the Japanese Alps, this little island country has so much to offer. And when you get to Japan, you can visit Tokyo. It's the largest city in the world with a population over 37 million. From Tokyo, you can venture about an hour and a half outside to visit Mount Fuji. The active volcano is the tallest peak in Japan with a height of 12,388 feet. It's a perfect cone shape and acts as a sacred symbol for the country. A great place to view Mount Fuji from is Lake Kawaguchi. You can get a wonderful view of the volcano from there, and overall it's just a beautiful area. Nearby is the Chirito Pagoda, which offers one of the most incredible views of the sacred volcano. Afterwards, we're going to head over to China to visit the magical mountains of Zhangjiajie. Now, located in the Hunan province, this forest is home to some of the world's most bizarre scenery. The park is full of these rock pillars that ascend from the forest floor. They are covered in lush vegetation and often misty clouds, adding to their magic. Now, these rock pillars are the inspiration behind the floating mountains in the movie Avatar. Afterwards, we're going to visit the province of Guangxi. Now, located in southern China on the Vietnam border, this place is absolutely incredible. When I imagine China, this is the type of landscapes I imagine. Lush valleys, vast cave systems, and mountains that look like they are straight out of a Dr. Seuss book. Now, one of my favorite places in the province is Yangshao, located near the city of Guilin. The area is full of the iconic karst mountains. Throughout the province, there are just thousands of these uniquely shaped mountains. They are made from eroded limestone, and I think they're so fascinating. Anyways, I just want to take a boat down the Li River and explore all that Yangshao has to offer. Now, afterwards, we're going to visit the Great Wall of China. This may be the most notable feature of China, and with reason. When I think of the Great Wall of China, I imagine one giant wall that stretches across the country, but it's actually a series of walls that were built by different dynasties as far back as the 7th century BC. The walls that are most famous and recognizable today are the walls that were built by the Ming Dynasty during the 14th century, which are located about 2 hours outside of Beijing. Now, in total, there are about 13,000 miles of walls across China, making it one of the greatest architectural feats in human history. After, we're going to head over to Russia to visit the Kamchatka Peninsula. Now, this may be one of the most wild and beautiful places in all of Russia. It's a sea-battered land dotted with over 160 volcanoes. It's basically Russia's version of Iceland, with a little bit of Alaska. The volcanic peninsula is home to bears, killer whales, and some of the most stunning places I've ever seen. There are no roads from mainland Russia that lead to Kamchatka, so the best way to get there is by plane. I think this may be one of the most beautiful yet undiscovered places in the world. After Kamchatka, we're going to head over to Siberia. Siberia is just this massive region. It makes up more than 3/4 of Russia's land area. but only about 25% of Russia's population lives there due to its remoteness and harsh weather. One of the craziest places in Siberia and all of Russia is Lake Baikal, located in the southern part of Siberia. Lake Baikal is the largest freshwater lake in the world. It contains more than 20% of all the world's fresh water. It's also the world's deepest lake with a depth of 1,642 meters. It's home to one of the only freshwater sills. During the winter months, the ice can freeze to be 2 meters thick. One of the easiest ways to get across is with a hoverboat, or you can have a winter workout and ice skate on the world's largest ice rink. After Lake Baikal, we're going to visit the Altai Mountains. This mountain range is nicknamed the Switzerland of Siberia, and I totally understand why. I'm just blown away by the scenery here. Altai Mountains are a mountain range that is located not only in Russia, but also extends to Mongolia, China, and Kazakhstan. Altai translates to Golden Mountain, and I have to say that the Altai scenery lives up to its name with its unique colors and golden vegetation. Afterwards, we're going to Turkey to visit Istanbul. Istanbul is just one of the most fascinating places. It's a transcontinental city, which means that Istanbul is part of Europe and Asia. The Bosphorus Strait, which is considered to be the boundary between Europe and Asia, runs right through the city. The history of Istanbul is endless. It was settled as far back as the 7th century BC, and it became the capital of the Roman Empire in 330 AD. Now, one of the most important features of Istanbul is the Hagia Sophia. It was built all the way back in 537 AD as a Christian church, but after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, the church was converted into a mosque. At the time of its completion, it was the world's largest interior space and the first building to use a fully pendented dome. I mean, just such an amazing structure. After, we're going to visit Cappadocia. Now, located in the heart of the country, Cappadocia is famous for its unique rock formations and skies full of hot air balloons. Cappadocia was first mentioned in the 6th century BC. Today, it's one of Turkey's most recognized places. One of the main towns in Cappadocia is Goremi. Almost every morning, the horizon in Goremi is filled with hundreds of hot air balloons. I mean, it doesn't get more magical than that. After, we're going to head over to Italy to visit Sardinia. Now, with some of Europe's best coastline, pristine beaches, and the clearest water you've ever seen, Sardinia is the place to be. The main reason I wanted to go to Sardinia was to visit Cala Bellarice. I think it's easily one of the most beautiful beaches in all of Italy. It has these massive pointy rock formations coupled with green cliffs and Gatorade blue water. We anchored and immediately went for a swim. I mean, the visibility was absolutely incredible. It's some of the best I've ever swam in. Another reason I wanted to go to Cala Bellarice is because there's a sea arch where you can cliff jump. I set a few jumps off and it was just so much fun. I mean, there's no better feeling than sending a gator into the ocean. I mean, there's just so much to do and see in Sardinia. I hope you can all visit one day. Now, after Sardinia, let's head over to the Amalfi Coast. I have to say this is one of the most beautiful places, not just in Italy, but all of Europe. It's just hard to believe this place exists. Now, one of the most well-known towns on the Amalfi Coast is Positano. I mean, when you see this place in real life, you won't believe it. It's hard to beat the backdrop of the mountains filled with colorful villas against the Mediterranean Sea filled with boats and yachts. One of my personal favorite places on the Amalfi Coast is Fiordo di Furore. This is easily one of the most scenic beaches I've ever been to. It's located in this little fjord complemented with an incredible arch bridge. I mean, it's a paradise for cliff jumping. There's so many places you can jump from. Now, afterwards, we're going to head over to Sicily to visit the Aeolian Islands. Now, the Aeolian Islands are an archipelago made up of 7 inhabited islands located off of Sicily's northern coast. Now, the islands were created by volcanic activity, and as a result, they are home to some of the most bizarre landscapes. We sailed around for a week and went to some of the most phenomenal places the islands have to offer. Now, the most epic island on the archipelago is probably Stromboli. It's nicknamed the Lighthouse of the Mediterranean, and at night you can see lava shooting out the top. We took a boat to the northern side of the island and got some of the best views of the volcano. After, we're going to visit Italy's capital, Rome. Now, Rome may be one of the most iconic cities in the world. Its history spans over 28 centuries, with its founding taking place in 753 BC. Ancient Rome's architecture stands today and draws millions of tourists each year. One of the most well-known structures of the capital is the Colosseum. It's this oval-shaped amphitheater that was completed in 80 AD. It's the largest amphitheater ever built and could hold anywhere from 50 to 80,000 spectators. You can marvel at its architecture from the outside or take a guided tour to witness the interior. Another one of my favorite attractions is the Trevi Fountain. It's this Baroque-style fountain that was built in 1762. There's just so much to see in Rome. I hope you can all visit one day. While we're still in Italy, we're going to head over to Tuscany. Located in central Italy, Tuscany is known for its landscapes, history, and artistic legacy, but one of my favorite places there is San Gimignano. It's this hilltop town famous for its watchtowers and incredibly preserved medieval features. Now, the city of Florence is the crowning feature of Tuscany. It's considered to be the birthplace of the Renaissance, and the history there is endless. Whether you walk across the Ponte Vecchio Bridge or marvel at the architecture of the Duomo, Florence is sure to take you back in time. After, we're going to visit the Italian Dolomites. I have to say these are my favorite mountains in all the world. I spent several weeks exploring these mountains, and I consider it to be some of the greatest days of my life. The Dolomites are home to endless jagged peaks, scenic alpine lakes, and just fairy town villages. One of my favorite places in the Dolomites is Cesena. I remember the first time I saw a video of this mountain, I couldn't believe it existed. The green grass slopes contrasted with the jagged mountain ridge, often covered in clouds, makes one of the most scenic landscape combos in the world. Another magical place nearby is Alpe di Susi. It's home to the largest high alpine meadow in Europe, and the backdrop of the Sassolingo mountain with the huts creates a scene straight out of a dream. Afterwards, we're going to head over to Switzerland to visit the Alps. I have to say, the Swiss Alps are one of my all-time favorite regions in the world. There's just something magical about the massive mountains, incredible landscapes, and history that exists there. In general, I think Switzerland is one of the most well-run countries in the world. You'll know what I mean when you visit. I mean, everything is perfect. The only downside is that it's very expensive. One of my favorite places in the Swiss Alps is Zermatt. It's this enchanting village that is overlooked by the daunting Matterhorn Mountain. Zermatt is a great place to walk around and explore, and it's also an ideal starting place for many incredible hikes. You can take up the Gornergrat Railway to get some incredible views of the Matterhorn and surrounding mountains. Another one of my favorite places in the Swiss Alps is Lauterbrunnen. It's this magical village with waterfalls that descend upon it. I mean, it's a real-life fairy tale. When you visit here, it's just hard to believe that places like this actually exist. Afterwards, we're going to head over to Portugal to visit Madeira. Located in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Africa, Madeira is often called the Hawaii Europe, and after visiting it, I totally understand why. My favorite place on Madeira is Pico do Arriero. It's one of the tallest points on the island, and since you're so high up, you'll often be in or above the clouds. Now, the hiking there is exquisite, the trails are so well maintained, you get some of the most phenomenal views, and you don't even need to hike that far. I was blown away by the dramatic peaks and unique reddish and orange colors of the rock. I mean, if you're up for adventure in 2023, you gotta give Madeira a visit. While we're still in the Atlantic, we're going to visit Portugal's archipelago of the Azores. Now, the Azores are a group of 9 islands like none other. They remind me of a hybrid of New Zealand and Hawaii with rolling pastures and green scenery. I mean, it's basically the Garden of Eden in real life. The largest island on the Azores is São Miguel. One of the most stunning places on the island is Lagoa das Sete Cidades. It's a twin lake situated in the crater of a volcano. One lake is green while the other is blue. Now, another one of my favorite islands on the Azores is Pico. It's home to the highest point in all of Portugal, called Mount Pico. It's a stratovolcano that reaches 2,351 meters high and last erupted in 1720. I just can't believe how huge it is. I mean, it's just hard to beat the scenery of this volcanic archipelago. After, we're going to head over to Spain to visit possibly my favorite island in the world, Mallorca. When you think of a Mediterranean paradise, this is it. Mallorca is home to crystal clear water, windy roads, and some of the world's best cliff jumping spots. When I started solo traveling, this is one of the first places I went, so it will forever have a special place in my heart. One of my favorite places in Mallorca is Cala Farquez. You're just going to be blown away by the beauty of this place. It literally has everything from safe beaches to prime cliff jumping spots. When I was there, I did one of my biggest cliff jumps ever and jumped off a massive 60-foot arch. It was terrifying, but it's became one of my all-time favorite travel memories. After, we're going to head up to Ireland to visit the dramatic Skellig Islands. Located off the coast of southern Ireland, the Skelligs are a set of 2 islands that are easily one of the most epic locations. The only way to reach the islands is by boat. We left from the town of Portmagee, and it took us about an hour to reach the Great Skellig. We got off the boat, and I was just so freaking stoked.
What?
We just started walking up the island's path until we reached the stairs that lead up to the top to the monasteries. Now, the history of the island is just absolutely fascinating. The monastic settlement dates back to the 6th century, where the monks of St. Fiona lived simple lives on this isolated island. They built these beehive huts completely out of stone. They were precisely designed to make sure no water could get into them. Now, it's believed there were about 12 monks that lived here at a time. In the 13th century, the monks left the island for mainland Ireland, and since then, Skellig has become a place for pilgrimage. All in all, the Skellig Islands were one of the coolest places I've ever been, and I couldn't recommend them enough. Afterwards, we're going to venture to Scotland to visit the Isle of Skye. This is one of my favorite places, not just in Scotland, but the world. You literally feel like you're in a fairy tale when you visit. I was lucky enough to go here a few summers ago, and it was one of the most memorable weeks of my life. One of the most impressive places on the Isle of Skye is the Old Man of Storr. It's one of my all-time favorite rock formations. I felt like I was on the set of Game of Thrones. When you drive to the store, you can see in the distance and just gets you so pumped. Now, to get to the Old Man Storr, it's about a 4-kilometer hike. You'll walk through some conservation gates and you'll reach the infamous rock pinnacles. So the legend of the Old Man Storr is supposedly a giant lived here a long time ago, and when he was buried, his thumb was left sticking out of the ground, creating the mystical rock formation. Afterwards, we're going to head to the Arctic Circle to visit the Lofoten Islands. Now,
There are many sides to you. There's the one that loves to escape into new worlds.
The one who wants to be a kid.
The one who wants to nourish your soul.
I can't help but smile.
Feeling pretty good.
And the one who thinks laughter is the best medicine.
There are many sides to you, and all of them deserve the best. Introducing the one to watch.
Now, Lofoten is located in northern Norway, and even though it is in the Arctic Circle, it feels like you're on a tropical island. I was lucky enough to go there a few summers ago and just had an incredible journey road tripping through the islands. Our first pit stop was at this little fishing village called Henningsvær. Henningsvær is home to the world's most scenic soccer field. When we got there, we sadly didn't have a ball, but we had a good time playing on the field and enjoying the incredible views of Henningsvær. If you want to do an amazing hike, I recommend hiking to Kvalika Beach. It's about a 4-kilometer round-trip trek, and I promise it's worth it. When you get to the beach, you're going to be amazed by the landscape. It has mountains that remind me of Switzerland, an ocean that looks like the Caribbean, and it's green as a tropical island. And I just can't believe places like this exist, especially in the Arctic Circle. Afterwards, we're going to head down to Western Norway. I was here recently, and I was just blown away by the beauty of this country. I really like Western Norway in particular because it's home to the majority of Norway's fjords, and the landscapes there are just on another level. One of Norway's most well-known fjords is Fjord. You can get there by driving about 5 or 6 hours from Oslo. Now, the fjord is massive, and one of its most well-known features is the Seven Sisters waterfall that cascades 410 meters to the water below. Now, one of my favorite features in the fjord is Skagafjord. It's this historic mountain farm perched on a cliff. Now, to get there, you need to take a ferry, and then you hike up. Now, the views up there are just breathtaking, and the grass-roofed cabins look like something out of a fairy tale. Another one of my favorite places in Western Norway is Vatnet. It's located just a few hours away from Geiranger. It's this glacier lake with a distinct turquoise water. I mean, such a stunning color, and the scenery around the lake is unbelievable. After, we're going to head over to Finland to visit Lapland. Now, located in Finland's northernmost region, Lapland is the definition of a frozen wonderland. If you can handle the cold, Lapland may be one of the best places to witness the northern lights. The aurora borealis are abundant throughout the cold winter months. It can get up to negative 50 degrees Celsius in the winters, so make sure you bundle up. One thing I just love about Lapland is the snow-covered trees. They look like something straight out of a Dr. Seuss book. Afterwards, we're going to visit the Faroe Islands. Located right between Norway and Iceland in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, I have to say that the Faroes are home to some of the world's most dramatic landscapes, from the sheer sea cliffs to waterfalls straight into the ocean. The Faroes have so much to offer. One of the most scenic places in the Faroe Islands is the Mullafjord waterfall that's located on Vagra Island, and the water falls over 100 feet down to the ocean below. One of my personal favorite places is the island of Kalsoy. It has an incredible lighthouse that overlooks some of the biggest sea cliffs I've ever seen. While we're still in the Nordics, we're going to head across the Atlantic to visit Greenland. Now, Greenland is just absolutely huge. It's the biggest island in the world, but due to its harsh living conditions, only 56,000 people live there, making it the least densely populated place on the planet. Now, the capital city is Nuuk, and about a third of all the people in Greenland live there. I just think Greenland has some of the most untamed and wild places. There's just endless fjords and wonders to explore. Such a fascinating place. After, we're going to head over to Iceland to experience the land of fire and ice. I have to say that Iceland is home to some of the most unique landscapes in the world. I mean, Greenland and Iceland should really switch names because there's no shortage of green here. One of my personal favorite places in Iceland is Reynisfjara Beach. It's a black sand beach that's about a 2-hour drive from Reykjavik. What I really loved about the beach is its basalt sea stacks in the ocean. It makes you wonder how the Vikings must have felt when they washed upon these Icelandic shores. Another impressive place in Iceland is the Skogafoss waterfall. It's easily one of the most impressive waterfalls in all Iceland, with a drop of over 62 meters. On the other side of Iceland, you can visit the Kirkjufeldsfoss. It's this uniquely shaped mountain that looks like Gandalf's hat. If you go during the wintertime, you might get lucky and experience the Northern Lights. There's just so much to see in Iceland, and I hope everyone can witness it at least once in their life. Afterwards, we're going to head over to Germany to visit the Neuschwanstein Castle. I have to say that it is the most beautiful castle in all Europe. It's what inspired Disney's Sleeping Beauty castle. I mean, it's just the perfect place for a princess. Now, the castle is nestled at the very tip of southern Germany. Neuschwanstein Castle is placed perfectly in the mountains with a phenomenal 360 view of the Bavarian Alps and the town below. When I was there, we walked around the castle. When you're up close, you realize how huge it really is. Anyways, I found a great vantage point in the trees with a perfect view of the castle. I mean, I just can't get over the beauty of this place. And it's truly something out of a Disney fairy tale. Afterwards, we're going to head to France to visit Mont Saint-Michel. I have to say this is easily one of my favorite places I've visited in Europe. It's truly magical, and you can't drive directly to the tidal island. Instead, you can park in the parking lots outside and either take a shuttle or walk about 4 kilometers. Now, I definitely recommend walking if you can. As you approach the island, it's quite the experience, and it just made me think of how the people must have felt throughout the ages as they came here. Now, when you reach the island and walk through the gates, you feel like you're walking into a Harry Potter movie. Now, on our way back, we met up with some sheep in the fields, and definitely was the perfect way to end our time at Mont Saint-Michel. Another one of my favorite places in France is the French Riviera. Also known as the Côte d'Azur, the French Riviera is one of the most highly sought-after destinations in Europe. It's located in southern France on the Mediterranean Sea. One of my favorite places on the Riviera is Ez. It's this medieval hilltop village that was founded around the 14th century. When you walk through the village, you feel like you're going back in time. Now, if you're into more nature, I recommend you check out the Calanques near Cassis. They offer some of France's best scenery with incredible sea coves surrounded by daunting cliffs. The one I really wanted to go to is called Calanques d'Embu. When I reached the beach, I was just amazed by the steep white cliffs coupled with the greens of the pines and blues of the water. We went for a swim, and the water clarity was amazing. I wanted to find a cliff-to spot, and after swimming down the cove, I found this little rock about 7 meters high and sent a few jumps off it. After, we're going to visit France's capital, Paris. Since the 17th century, Paris has been Europe's major center of finance, fashion, and the arts. Paris is Europe's most visited city, and with all of its attractions and fascinating history, I totally understand why. The most recognizable attraction is the Eiffel Tower. It was built in 1889. The Eiffel Tower is 324 meters high, which made it the tallest man-made structure in the world at the time. Another popular attraction is the Louvre Museum. It's the world's largest art museum, and it's home to Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. You can also take a drive around the Arc de Triomphe or walk the grounds of the Palace of Versailles. There's just so much to do in this grand city. After, we're going to head to Greece to visit the medieval monasteries of Meteora. Located in the central part of the country, Meteora is home to 6 monasteries built upon nearly inaccessible rock pillars. During the 14th century, monks were facing attacks from Turkish raiders, so they needed a place where they could worship in safety. They decided to start building these monasteries upon the rocks. These places of worship were perfect for the monks because the only way to reach them was by climbing long ladders that would be drawn up whenever the monks felt threatened. The monasteries became a place of refuge, and over 20 monasteries were built during the 14th century. I was lucky enough to go here a few years ago, and when I got there, I was just amazed by the architecture of these monasteries. They were perched right on the cliff edge, and you just wonder how people could have built these during medieval times. If you're ever in Greece, make sure you visit this magical place. For our final location, we're going to visit one of my favorite islands in the world, Zakynthos. I've been here twice so far, and I just keep wanting to come back. It's one of the most impressive locations I've ever been. From 1,000-foot white cliffs to the bluest water you've ever seen, Zakynthos has it all. The most famous place in Zakynthos is the Shipwreck Beach. Back in the 1980s, a cargo ship from Turkey was carrying illegal contraband, and the Greece Navy chased them into this cove, where it crashed. Over the years, the sand has built up around the ship, and it's created one of the most visually stunning locations in the world. The beach is only accessible by boat, so I got on one and headed to the beach. I was just baffled by the size of the cliff walls. They're over 1,000 feet high. After checking out the beach, I decided to get a view from the cliffs above. I just had a good time exploring the cliff. There's no other sight like it. I waited to see the sunset, and the view was just as impressive. I was amazed how the ocean water turned into this milky blue color, while the setting sun turned the cliffs to an orange hue. It'll be a sunset I'll remember for the rest of my life. Well, that is it for my Earth Top 100. There's still so many places to include, so I'll have to make a part 2. Let me know where your favorite place is in the comments below. I also started a second channel where I make hour-long films to bring some peace and nature in your life. I did a video on the wonders of the world that I think you'll enjoy. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok at Shirley.films. It's Ryan, and we will see you later.
Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. Purple mattresses exclusive.
Yeah, but I need your driver license now. Huh? Am I trying to get something right now? Yeah. Look, just need that number. Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. Hold on, Albert. Hold on. L230 what? L2304. Uh-huh. 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 Go ahead, say it, Albert, again. L2. All right, so 4. So that's 17121. All right, hold on. I'm about to read it off to you. So L2304204171121. L2304204171121. All right. I Mm. Bro, what the fuck is you doing? Y'all need to put them games down. So TV, phones down for a minute. So tell her to go in her room.
said, do you need a FR22?
To who? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
I just asked you. Oh, Daddy, yes?
Hell yeah.
to make a cereal?
Yeah.
I make the cereal.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna make it. Or just get the bowls and
The cereal?
get the bowl, the cereal, the milk, and the spoons, and I'm gonna come and make it. Okay.
Can I be the different cereal?
What's the difference here?
The different cereal at the back porch.
We'll see. Here I come. Like, I'm like trying, baby, trying me now. Yes, but on support. Sigma 2632. South Indiana, apartment 308. Let me make sure. I think it's 60626. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, Lamar. Let me call her. 308, but I'm trying to make sure that that's his address. 30, it's 2632 South Indiana. Boo boo! Hey, Mom. 26, 32 South Indiana Avenue. Zip code is 60616. Yeah, 60616. 308. How much monthly? Y'all need to get rid of them kids. All right, all right, Mom. Yeah, mom. I don't know. Collision. I think that's like when a car hit another car or you hit the car. Hey, mom. I'm not that knowledgeable about those. Well, you asking the wrong person too. Up to that's probably like up to how much it's gonna cost to pick your car, mom. I thought you wanted everything to be 500. Hey, Mike, you're gonna have to talk to a agent. So if you're doing it online, you're gonna have to talk to an agent before they even put that through. So just ask the agent. But they're not gonna let you start it over the internet. They gonna have you either be contacted by an agent, then they basically talk about it with you. All right. Yeah.